lovely evening for baseball in Chicago as the season goes whizzing by. This is game number 4 of a 4-game series between the Sox and the Tampa Bay Rays. Sox going for a sweep tonight. Hello again, Jason Benetti, Steve Stone along with you. Sox are trying for a season-high tying 6-game win streak with a victory tonight, and the starting pitching has spearheaded that.
Starting pitching has been brilliant. The offense has been good, but we're going to concentrate on the starting pitching because in the last 5 starts, they're 5-0. We'll take a look at the numbers, and as you can see, the ERA 127, innings pitched pretty good, hits exceptional, also walk to strikeout ratio very good. Jose Quintana started that, and he's going tonight. Hopefully looking for win number 14.
That was foreshadowing of this next thing we're going to show you.
It is indeed. The matchup and a pretty good one. Chris Archer going to the mound for the Rays and Jose Quintana for our Sox. Archer trying to lose his 20th game. And Jose Quintana trying to win his 14th. But Chris Archer, like all pitchers, wanting to get to 200 innings. He's very close to it now. Strikeouts at 228. And with 5 more strikeouts, Jose Quintana will have a career high. So it should be a good one tonight. It should be a quick one tonight as the weather's going to hold out and there will be baseball.
2 hours, 10 minutes last night of game time around a couple of rain delays, and Miguel Gonzalez was fantastic. Sox are going for the sweep behind Jose. Quintana's first pitch is next.
White Sox baseball on CSN Chicago is brought to you in part by Toyota. Discover more in a Toyota. Visit buyatoyota.com or your local Toyota dealer today. Let's go places. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois. Through it all. Audi. Truth in engineering. And by Xfinity. Xfinity X1 will change the way you experience TV.
Chilly night here in Chicago. The wind starting to kick up to make for a blustery Thursday evening from U.S. Cellular Field with Steve Stone, Jason Benetti, our entire crew. Thanks for making us a part of your evening. As there you see the gales coming through the ballpark, and we had already an adventurous night last night with the wind playing havoc on Robin Ventura's outfielders, along with those of the Tampa Bay Rays.
Winds upwards of 30 miles an hour as Kevin Cash with his Tampa Bay Rays, regardless of what they do, they cannot catch the Minnesota Twins for the first round #1 pick. Tampa Bay is locked into the second pick of the draft. Jose Quintana is trying to make sure that the Sox can win their 6th game in a row.
And Jose will face this starting lineup presented by Kia. From Kevin Cash, Logan Forsythe at the top of the card. Just 1 hit in his last 14 at-bats, but a very strong career against Jose Quintana. Longoria in the 3 spot, very dangerous. Miller, the power hitter, in the 4 position. And Bobby Wilson continues the catcher rotation for the Rays.
Time for a Honda City defense and how they're going to line up behind Jose Quintana. It's Melky, Liuri, and Adam in the outfield with Todd Frazier, Tim Anderson, Carlos Sanchez, and Jose Abreu in the infield. Alex Avila gets a nod behind the plate. And our Lexus pursuing perfection starting pitcher is Jose Quintana, looking for a career-high 14th win. 13 is already his career high. His ERA at 3.21, and he's already thrown over 200 innings. The umpires for the game tonight. Ed Hickok's behind the plate. The crew chief, Greg Gibson, and we've got rotating crew chiefs with Mike Esterbrook at second and Ben May is at third. Chilly night for baseball. There's supposedly occasional showers, but not in evidence. Last night, Miguel Gonzalez threw a brilliant game. Went 8 1/3 innings, trying to complete his second Major League shutout. Couldn't quite get there, but he was brilliant. Just 3 hits, 5 strikeouts, didn't walk anybody, and could hardly throw any better than he threw last night.
This is a Tampa Bay team that was very aggressive last night and has been throughout the series, and Miguel Gonzalez had the stuff to play right into that yesterday.
And I think he realized that they were going to swing early in the count at just about everything, and tonight I would look for the same thing from this Tampa Bay Rays lineup, knowing that Jose Quintana throws the ball around the plate most of the time.
Left-hander out of Arjona in Colombia. Now makes his home in Barranquilla, Colombia. 27-year-old Jose Quintana in his final start of 2016. First pitch tonight from Chicago is down low at 7:10. Officially 65 degrees at game time. The rain, at least according to what we've seen, is out of the forecast for most of the game window tonight. After a couple of delays yesterday, one pregame and one for officially an hour 37 in game.
I would think Bob Rosenberg is stretching the truth a bit. I think it's lower than 65.
You think so?
I do.
Ball and a strike on Forsythe. Fly ball right side. Adam Eaton in position. Adam back in the lineup to grab out number 1, and we're underway. Those are your conditions. I mean, if it's 65, there's a wind chill in play tonight.
It was really substantial. Right now, the wind is out of northeast at 16. Wind gusts up to 30. And it looked like in that first fly ball that anything hit to right or right center is going to be batted down by the wind.
A couple nights ago, the ball really carried.
Yes, it did.
One out for Kiermaier. Kevin Kiermaier with a first pitch swing. 0-1. Jose Quintana, with an ERA of 3.21 entering play tonight, makes 5 straight years with an ERA sub 4.
Pretty amazing in the American League.
Testing the wind in right field toward the corner. Adam Eaton, foul ball.
I think he made a wise choice as he went over this ball, hooking away from the line. Decides to pull up short and not run into the seats and commune with the fans.
Rogers got a couple divots to deal with down the line.
He was able to get this thing in great shape after a concert. He can deal with a divot or two.
I mean, with the rain the last couple of days, the concert, which by all accounts was a tremendous success over the weekend, this field is in very, very good condition. Got to replace your divot, right?
You certainly have to do that.
See.
Man who will play a whole lot of golf in Arizona in the wintertime, replacing his divots in right field. Roger really appreciates that.
Maybe not the most technically sound replacement.
No, but
by Adam.
A replacement nonetheless.
What an outstanding season for Adam Eaton in the outfield, trying to become the first Sox Gold Glove outfielder since 1970.
I think he certainly deserves it. He's had a great year. And he has switched back and forth between right and center field. Mostly played right because Austin Jackson was in center until he got hurt. I think Adams had a magnificent year. He certainly has shown base runners around the American League that if you do take off on him more times than not, he's going to throw you out.
Second base, Carlos Sanchez for out number 2. Tampa Bay comes in having lost 9 of 10, 65 and 93 in a very rough season on the road for the Rays at 29 and 48 away from Tropicana Field. Sox, on the other hand, at home, 44 and 33, having won 20 of their last 29 in this ballpark.
And the starters have done just a magnificent job in this latest run of wins.
Strike 1 to Longoria. $80 runs scored, 37 doubles leading the team. Both of those, 36 homers, the most on the Rays as well for Longoria, who at points has really been one of just a couple of power hitters in this order. Miller behind him has had a career year home run wise with 30.
Not an easy place to hit home runs is Tropicana Field. And the Sox have done something somewhat surprising this year because the East is pretty tough. And yet the Sox have gone 19 and 13 against the American League East. An East that has Boston, Toronto, and Baltimore sitting there vying all for postseason play. Boston is going to make it. Toronto looks like they've got things, if not in hand, they're in pretty good shape. And Baltimore is battling with Detroit, who, by the way, got rained out today. Later, Jason's going to tell you the possibilities for Detroit, and they could be daunting.
Just carve out about 10 minutes for that later on. It's 3-2 on Longoria. The Orioles are leading already tonight, 2-0 in the bottom of the 4th in Toronto, and we'll keep an eye on that as the game goes along, because with an Orioles win, suddenly they would be tied once again with the Blue Jays in the wild card #1 spot in the American League. And again, the Sox have had a lot to say about that wild card race retroactively. Remember, the Sox swept the Blue Jays in Toronto in April. Sox played well against Baltimore in Baltimore early in the year. Last we saw the Orioles, they looked pretty good.
Well, you're hoping that they don't have the lead late, because Zach Britton is going to do you in.
Quintana gets rid of Longoria in a 1-2-3 inning for Jose, beginning his final start of the year. It's Chris Archer to the hill after this. both offensively and pitching-wise, winning the last 5. Eaton, Anderson, Cabrera. Jose Abreu with a home run and 5 hits against Archer. Justin Morneau back in. Then Frazier, who hit number 40 in the home run department last night, all the way down to Leury Garcia.
Honda City defensive setup and how they're going to line up behind Chris Archer. It's Dickerson, Kiermaier, and Matuk in the outfield. With Longoria, Alexi Ramirez at shortstop. Forsythe and Miller rounded out the infield. Bobby Wilson behind the plate. And our Lexus pursuing perfection starting pitcher Chris Archer. He's got very good stuff despite the 8-19 record. You look at 228 strikeouts. He's a fastball slider pitcher with the occasional straight change.
The fastball number has gone down this year in terms of percentage usage for Archer. It's a career low this year in fastballs, under half of his pitches.
Well, I think that's because the slider has gotten much better, and he's gotten a whole lot of depth with it. At times it looks like a curveball, but it's not.
When you're talking about depth with a slider, you're saying horizontal in toward the batter if it's a left-hander?
No, depth would be vertical. It does go horizontal. It does two things. To a left-hander, it's going to move in and down to a left-hander, and it's going to be harder than a curveball because his slider is 88, 89 miles an hour. It's a lot like Carlos Rodon's slider, his wipeout slider, which goes down and into the right-hand hitters. Same velocity.
2 balls and a strike on Eaton. Down and in, 2-2.
That was the slider, and it was 89 miles an hour. When you get it there, the hitter has 2 choices. He can either 1, lay off, or 2, miss it.
2-2. Fouled away by Eaton.
What makes a slider so deceptive is the fact that you can't pick up the spin, but you see almost a little circle in the back of the ball. That's how you know it's a slider and not a curveball.
That had some dip to it and fouled off by Eaton. Still 2-2.
Here's a young man with his glove and a young lady who can't see at this point.
Hey, you're on camera.
So he beats her on the head.
Turn around, Queenie. That's a base hit for Eaton to lead off the game for the Sox.
Good way to start it off after a steady diet of sliders. He gets a fastball and he takes it into left field.
So Adam Eaton, who had been quite sore after running into the wall in Cleveland, back in the lineup today with a leadoff single, and now Tim Anderson. Eaton 13 of 18 in steals this year as Archer misses with ball 1. I mean, you look at Archer's numbers and they don't really reflect the 19 losses. He has fewer hits than innings pitched by 17 coming into tonight. 65 walks, 228 strikeouts, so walks and hits per innings pitched of about 1.2, which is not bad. I mean, you look at that number and it doesn't breed a 19-loss belief in your mind.
Especially when you take a look at his home ERA, one of the best around. So he must be getting tattooed on the road.
2-0. Up and out. 3 balls, no strikes on Anderson.
Archer just turned 28 years old, and if the Rays want to help rebuild this franchise, this would be one of the guys you would look to as a tradable commodity.
In there for a strike. 3-1 to Anderson. Opponents are hitting just .238.
He's always had very good stuff. Last year 12 and 13. The year before 10 and 9. Last year was the first year where he went over 200 innings. The year before he was knocking at the door at 194, which is what he has starting this game tonight. Melky in the on deck circle waiting to try to get to 300. He's at 297.
Check swing, Anderson when Eaton is out at second base.
And Adam wants him to take a look at it in the dugout. He thinks he got the hand in. And Alexi renewing acquaintances. Rick Renteria checking with the video as Adam goes in. It looks like he might have got the right hand in. He gave him the left hand, and he took the left hand away, and the right hand got to the bag. He's safe at second base.
Yeah, that's going to come back as Rick Renteria takes the phone call. And Robin says earmuffs. This will come back overturned, you believe?
It will that, and we'll watch it again. He pulls up with the left hand, and he gets the right hand in well before the tag. Right hand is in. Now he tags him, and that hand is on the bag. Then he does not come off the bag because he transfers with his right hand still on the bag. He puts his left hand on the bag, so you can't even make a case for keeping the glove on and having him pop off the bag.
That was well done by Adam Eaton.
Yeah, very well, because it looked like he was going in with his left hand. Then he stopped and caught it with the right hand.
You know, for Mike Estabrook at second base, he's moving while the play's coming in, and you saw he's trying to sneak around the two bodies to see where the tag comes. So we have our first review tonight. It comes two batters in to the Sox first inning.
We will have to figure out something next year.
Well, I was going to ask.
We'll have a lot of opportunities to do that.
Well, I was going to ask you your top 5 favorite baseball nicknames while we have a moment.
Well, you've got to love Mordecai Three Finger Brown.
Yep, good one.
You've got to love Hippo Vaughn. There's a couple that, well, we're not going to go to.
Safe.
And he is safe, so that saved me.
He can get stolen base number 14, and the Sox have a runner in scoring position.
There was a guy, and I won't mention his name because that wouldn't be fair, but his nickname was Penitentiary Face. So that was one that, now that, you know, we're back in play, we can't mention.
Can't talk about it anymore, yeah. Those are the rules. Got to follow the rules. Pretty soon we're going to be asking for longer replays. Melky swinging for strike one from Archer. I mean, here's a guy in Chris Archer who finished 5th in the Cy Young voting last year with that 3.23 ERA. 252 strikeouts.
But he's had a great arm. He was drafted originally by the Cleveland Indians. The arm was never the problem. What was the problem was he couldn't get the ball over the plate. He was traded to the Cubs and still having some problems getting the ball over the plate before being acquired by Tampa Bay.
That was in the Matt Garza deal 5 years ago, January. Brandon Geyer was in that trade.
Geyer turned out to be a pretty good player, as we've seen. Cleveland Indians picked him up. He always has wonderful numbers against left-hand pitchers.
A nice addition for Cleveland. Fills a gap.
Yep, it certainly does that.
Ball and 2 strikes on Melky. He's been more free swinging recently, but also has put together a nice September at .320. In the air, left center field. 2 down. Kiermaier is there. And our picks to click tonight. Get this out of the way that Steve has Melky. Okay, we're done with that. The Crew in the lead with 20. Justin Morneau tonight. You, the fan, have Adam Eaton, who's 1 for 1 with a stolen base, and Alex Avila over here You can vote online, whitesox.com/pick-to-click. We ask, we plead, vote Melky tomorrow. Vote Melky so Steve can't pick Melky.
Well, there's only 3 left after tonight. And I promise you, if the fans don't take Melky, I'll take him in the 5th inning if he does well.
You can't change in the 5th inning. Archer, the snare. And the inning's over. Eaton a stolen base. He's stranded at second. And we're scoreless through 1 tonight. Field. We now welcome in Dan Hayes from CSNChicago.com. Is this our final chance to talk to Dan Hayes this year? I hope not.
It possibly is.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
This
is a little bit of news.
It's the end of an era for this year.
For this year, exactly.
Yeah.
You come bearing big news about Sunday, right?
Big news.
Yeah.
Chris Sale is going to start. There was some kind of question about it, whether or not Tuesday night was his last one.
Yep.
But Robin Ventura said today they are going to start him. He said he's motivated to go, wants to go for his teammates. He's going to make his career high 32nd start. He's already set career highs for complete games and innings pitched, and now he'll take the 32nd start.
It's also going to take into consideration the K-zone will be in action.
It is. And, you know, it's 227 strikeouts this year, even though he wasn't pitching for strikeouts, which is pretty impressive for what he's been doing. Last year he was a strikeout machine, and that wore him down. He's been so much better this year in September, just pitching efficiently, and still has 227 strikeouts.
In terms of injury news, there's some injury
Saladino,
discussion.
Yeah, it's season ending with 4 days left,
Right.
but actually this one is a little bit more serious. Robin Ventura was talking about Tyler Saladino and that this back injury that he's dealt with, he hasn't played since September 16th, I believe, but he would have been on the disabled list. He's had an MRI. They're trying to get us more information on it, but it's definitely serious, and it's something that they talked about needing to get him right before he can just even go home in the offseason from Chicago. So it's definitely bothered him for a little while, and they're still working on that.
Well, I think it's a sad situation because he played really good baseball. He got his opportunity to play second base. He got really the first shot at it. And when Brett Laurie went down, Tyler Saladino took over. 8 home runs, 38 driven in. Pretty nice numbers for a guy that wasn't playing very much when, most of this season.
Absolutely. The numbers in August and September trended up so quickly when he was playing every day. And the thing that I think they liked also was, we saw him at third base last year. We've seen him at shortstop, and he was consistent at second base and played a good defensive game there too. And then the bats started to heat up just like they kind of expected.
3-1 to Brad Miller from Quintana. And now 3-2. I have to say, Dan, I was very impressed with your baseball knowledge last week. We had that Pitch Talks event that Jonah Carey put together, and Dan was the star of panel number 2, moderated by John Greenberg. That was a really fun event. It was a great time.
Lot of fun. Yeah, absolutely. If you want to get a comedy career going too.
Yeah.
Steve, the man had the room in stitches.
Well, also, what do you have to do to get to panel number 1?
Well, panel number 1 was the first. I got to be the announcer. The panel number 1 technically would be It was the play-by-play guys. They were the headliners.
Oh, I see. And panel number 2 was
the local guys. And then it was fun. That was a great event. It was a good chance to just do some talk about both sides of town and you know, with a lot of different opinions, and there was a good crowd there.
You know what I think it cemented even more for me is how great of a baseball town Chicago is.
Yeah, there's a lot of passion for sure. And it wasn't just, obviously, the other team's doing pretty well and fans are excited, but there was a lot of White Sox interest at that event and a lot of questions, good questions.
Corey Dickerson takes a strike.
You're going to continue to get baseball news, Sox news during the off season. So I would suggest that you call up Jason and you guys do this, well, informative kind of thing. We'll put it on tape and then we'll show it in spring training next year. What do you think?
Skype?
Skype?
Yeah, we could do it on Skype.
Dan and Jason Skype in spring training. You know what? I think that's your cue, Dan. No, honestly, if this is the last time we see you this year, it's been a pleasure getting to work with you. You do a great job on CSNChicago.com, and I know everybody appreciates your coverage of the Sox and what you do following the team.
It's been a blast.
Thanks a lot, Dan.
Thank you.
Pleasure to have
Thanks,
you. Dan Hayes, our White Sox insider all season long on CSNChicago.com, presented by The Great Escape. Pools, patio furniture, hot tubs, and more. Escape your everyday. Shop The Great Escape. If you see Dan Hayes on the street corner, ask him where your hot tub is. Dan Hayes, everybody.
It's our Dan Hayes.
Two strikes on Dickerson. Miller at first, and nobody out as Quintana checks on Miller. Dan does a great job following the Sox, covering the team, writes a lot of pieces, cuts it close on a lot of flights for you, the fan. 0-2. Up the middle and into center field. That's a base hit for Dickerson, moving Miller up to second.
This is a slider. He keeps away from Dickerson, but he stays right with it, takes it off the mound, and just barely gets it by Anderson into center field. So an ominous start to the second inning.
So a leadoff walk, then the single, and now Mikey Matuk, who is 4 out of 12 in the series after an 0 for 3 last night.
He did make a great catch in foul territory last night, however.
Should say 4 for 11 so far. And the 3 games prior to tonight, and he takes strike 1. Yeah, that was a great catch last night.
Crossing over into foul territory, he made a sliding grab and then got up and threw to third base, but Anderson was too quick as he tagged up in a heads-up base running play.
Matuk takes low, 1 ball, 1 strike. Mikey Matuk, who dealt with an 0 for 34 stretch this August. Not a lot of at-bats to his name this year, so it's a credit to his other portions of the season that he's even at 192 after an 0 for 34 slump.
Former #1 draft pick.
Ball and 2 strikes from Quintana. Pitch number 30 of the night coming. It's inside, 2-2. Final start of the year for Quintana, who needs to go 4 2/3 tonight and get 5 strikeouts for career highs in each of those categories. That is strike 3 on Matuk. Close pitch, he got him.
Time now for our Lowe's home field advantage. And it is home ERA leaders. We talked about the two best are going head-to-head tonight. Chris Archer at 265, Jose Quintana 276, then Rick Porcello, who's won 22 games, J.A. Happ, who's also a 20-game winner, and Sean Manaea of Oakland.
Is there anything to that psychologically for a pitcher, or is it more ballpark factors than anything?
I think the ballpark factor's a big thing, but then again, you look at Porcello, who's pitching in Boston with a very short porch in left field. Sometimes you just get on a roll at home, and there's no rhyme or reason to why you're much better at home on the road. You can be more consistent at home because obviously you're not traveling. You have familiar surroundings. You can do the same thing each and every time.
There's also opponent factors. Who are you playing in those games?
But I found it to be pretty easy to get in a rhythm at home because you can do the same thing. Where on the road, it's always different. You're in different cities, different ballparks, different hotels.
2-0. Left center over Anderson. Miller's on his way home, and it's 1-0 Rays. Alexei Ramirez drives in the opening run.
Well, as he did against Chris Sale when he drove in 2 with a base hit early, he drives in 1 with a base hit early in this one. And leadoff walk comes back to haunt Jose Quintana. Just out of the reach of Tim Anderson. And it is the 47th driven in. So Miller reads it and then scores easily.
Number 6 with Tampa for Ramirez, who's also been with the Padres this year. 2 on, 1 out for Curt Casali. Rays score for the first time in 15 innings worth of zeros after being shut out yesterday and not scoring until late 2 days ago. I should say 10 innings worth of zeros with their run, a couple of runs in the 9th inning in game 2. One and one on Casali. Casali a home run in this series already. That came in the 4th inning of the 2nd game. The Sox 13-6 win. 7-1 in the opener, 1-0 last night.
Two starts ago against Kansas City, Jose had a pretty tough outing, and it's unbelievable how much luck Kansas City has had against him. He's 1-9, but then he came back against Cleveland. 6 innings, gave up 6 hits and 1 earned run, and he won that ball game.
Into right field, Eaton is on it. 2 out in the 2nd.
That ball hit hard, and fortunately Adam right there.
Well, for Jose Quintana, when you look at the sheer consistency of his numbers over the course of his half-decade now with the Sox, the ERA hovering in the 3s every year. He's given up more homers this year than as he typically does. Strike 1 to Bobby Wilson.
I think as he's stayed around the plate more, you're going to give up home runs. He throws a lot of strikes, and if you do give them up, fortunately he doesn't walk a whole lot of people, so the majority of the home runs are solo shots. Since
2012, Quintana's allowed 0.8 homers per 9 innings pitched. It's tied for the 5th fewest in the American League over the last 5 years.
Pretty amazing when you consider what he calls home field, because this is a home run hitter's ballpark.
Inside, bouncing away from Alex Avila, and Dickerson to third, Ramirez to second. It's a wild pitch.
That is why they invented a wild pitch. Avila has no chance. And Bob Rosenberg with his definitive wild pitch call.
One and two on Wilson, the former Rangers catcher, and Quintana visits inside again. Avila gets over this time, 2-2. Well, sometimes you worry about a pitcher maybe not believing in the breaking stuff with 2 strikes.
There was the slider. That was a nice block as Alex moved to his left.
The point being, you throw one in the dirt.
Yep.
You go right back there. There's a belief that you can throw it where you want it. 2-2, 2 down. Another breaking ball, this time for strike 3. Rays get a run from Alexei Ramirez. It's 1-0.
Thinking about getting a loss, you know, I'm trying to do everything I can to win the game, and I feel like up to this point, I've prepared myself more than anybody to be in a position to win. Whether that happens or not, you know, it's just what that given day gives me, gives the team, and gives the other team. So I'm just focused on being in the strike zone as much as I can, attacking every hitter, and seeing how the game plays out from that point.
That's Chris Archer, today's starter, on avoiding 20 losses. Since 1980, only 3 have done it. Kingman, Maroth, and maybe Archer tonight. He does have a 1-0 lead as he throws strike 1 to Justin Morneau. You know, he's never going to catch, though, the all-time leader in losses in one season.
I wouldn't think so.
That is John Coleman of the 1883 Philadelphia Quakers. He hit .234, but he lost 48 games. 48.
Well, when he got to 40, they asked him if he could hit, and he lost another 8.
That is that's a rough go of it. You know, the thing is, he only lost 24 more games in his career from 1884 to 1890. So he learned his lesson. That is a shift beater. Nobody in the zip code has Morneau as a leadoff single.
He learned his lesson too. Hitting into the shift is not quite as entertaining as hitting through the shift. As you can see, nobody home. No Longoria. He was playing up the middle at the shortstop position.
So 1 on, nobody out for Todd Frazier, who's got 40 home runs and 15 stolen bases. First Sox player to ever do that.
Here's our Xfinity high-speed action replay, and it came on what appeared to be a rolling knuckleball. He said he lowered his hands. That's what you do with a knuckleball pitcher. As opposed to a fastballer where you keep your hands up higher. And it certainly worked. 12-game hitting streak. Things are working very well for him. Hitting close to 400. 391 to be exact.
He said before the game today, he said, look, I just want those 2 RBIs. All right? Make it 40 and 100 for the year. And he's got a chance right now. He goes deep. He's going to have that 100.
Archer's given up 29 home runs this year. That puts him second on his team. And Drew Smyly.
That's a strike in the upper portion of the zone. 2-2 on Frazier.
You don't want to make a habit of throwing high sliders, but he got away with that one.
Todd almost had a little smirk on his face there, thinking about the pitch that he didn't swing at. 2-2. Oh, he had one to hit there and didn't get there. So, second strikeout for Archer.
He missed with the slider before and then threw one right down the middle, and I think Todd most unhappy with himself on that one. But the Archer,
hittable pitches.
Yeah, the Archer slider is a little harder than most.
So 1 out for Alex Avila. By the way, our loss leader for a single season, John Coleman, went to Syracuse University before the baseball team disbanded. Likely did not allow him to pitch in many alumni games.
No, and I would never mention that he learned how to take his losses gracefully at Syracuse. Where'd you go to school?
Wake Forest for law school.
Well, it's amazing you go to law school right out of high school.
You get a bye into the semis is how it works. 2-0 on Avila. Morneau at first. 1 down, second inning. Tampa's got the lead on an Alexei Ramirez RBI single. And many shifts for Tampa Bay. They've shifted Frazier, they shifted Morneau. They're shifting Avila, as many teams do, as a pull hitter on the infield.
Well, when they go back and take a look at this season and realize what went right, what went wrong, they'll figure out, and they do it using a lot of sabermetrics, as we know. They will find out that they shifted themselves into a 65-93 record heading into tonight's game.
Well, it's not fair to blame the shift for the 93 losses. You wouldn't say.
You're going to take credit for the 65 wins with the shift?
I'm saying the shift has
Sailed?
not full 100% effect on the win-loss record.
Well, there could be some truth to that.
It's a part of it. It's a component, that's for sure.
But the one thing that people have to realize as he goes down on strikes, the shift is good if your pitchers can consistently hit the spots you want them to hit. That's one of the keys to really good teams is you have a shift because guys are supposed to hit the ball based on where you're going to throw it. If the pitchers miss their spots by a good portion, then the shift doesn't work for you.
But there's a premise there, though, that assumes pitchers are actually fully aware of where the shift is and are always pitching into the shift, which isn't 100% always the case. right? There are some pitchers who are going to pitch a batter how they want regardless of the shift.
Yes, that is true. But if you keep on throwing guys consistently away and you're shifting them as dead pull hitters, you're probably not doing yourself a service. Although you do take the power away from guys, and that's one of the reasons for a shift, is you take the power away. You concede that he might hit the occasional single, but he's not going to pull the ball out of the ballpark in case of a left-hand hitter to right or right center field.
And what I'm driving at is there are some pitchers who believe they can get a hitter out in a certain location that may not dovetail with where the shift is. So you're going to have a pitcher debating whether to do it his way or the team defense way.
Usually, amazingly enough, the real good pitchers get them out regardless of where the guys are shifting. And you're right, they're going to get them out the way they feel comfortable getting them out.
What do you think wins out most of the time, though? If you're a pitcher on the mound, shift is there, and you want to throw a guy a certain way that doesn't play into the shift.
My feeling was always, I understand what he does. Numbers say what he will do against a lot of different pitchers, but not necessarily against what I've done. And he strikes out the side.
How about that? 3 in a row for Archer. We'll touch more on that because I think you opened a door there. 1-0 Rays after 2 tonight.
Forward to Miller time later in the game, brought to you by Miller Lite.
Top of the 3rd inning and the top of the order for the Rays. Sox looking for their first 4-game sweep this year. When we were going to break,
yes,
you said you know what the defensive numbers say, where the guy hits the ball typically, but not against you specifically. And I think you touched on exactly why some players and even some fans have an issue with so many numbers being in the game, that it takes out the individuality of the game of baseball.
Well, here's a perfect example. Now, you get Justin Morneau. Every time he comes up, we're going to see this Ray team. It's not only them, it's all teams. They all shift on him to a certain extent. And that means that you're going to shift on him with every one of the 5 starters, and many times with everybody in the bullpen. But those guys throw vastly different pitches, different velocities, and a lot of other things that take all the variables and make it so that it's not going to be the same type of approach in hitting. And that brings up something that I wonder about and have with numbers, because every team, each and every team, has extensive departments with computers.
That's right.
They feed numbers in it. You have all the statistics that they use to quantify exactly what goes on.
Well, the only thing that I would dispute there is that there are some proprietary
I haven't made the premise yet.
Okay.
I
don't have all the stats, what I'm saying.
No, I mean, well, I understand, but
everybody. The stats on that hat.
Everybody,
not good.
That's a good hat. Everybody gets some really bright people out of Harvard, out of Yale, out of some other of the great schools around that understand the analytics of the game of baseball, and they keep on coming up with new statistics to quantify whatever it is. It's Halloween right around the corner, by the way. So my feeling is the advantage that teams had when it first started goes away because everybody has the best and the brightest of all the sabermetricians.
Strikeout number 4 for Quintana. One away as Forsythe is taken care of.
So if everybody has offices full of guys looking at numbers and statistics, there has to be an advantage somewhere. And the advantage would be, for me anyway, if you had better baseball people. Because I'm not sure you're going to find better statisticians from one team to the next.
Well, they're globally on that point. There are two choices. As Kiermaier comes up with one away, you can either go deeper into the numbers, right? Go more granular, more fine with the numbers, or you can find a differentiation point somewhere else. And you're saying it's somewhere else. But when you define baseball people, what falls under that umbrella?
Well, I'm talking about, let's say you have a general manager who does not currently have a job, but who was a pretty decent GM. And you bring him into your organization.
You're saying back in the 90s, 80s, something like that.
You get incrementally smarter if you bring a good baseball person into your organization. You take a top-of-the-line scout that has left wherever it is that he was, and you bring him to your organization. You're adding experienced eyes to your organization as opposed to already having everybody who understands analytics. I mean, it's hard for me to believe that one team has much better analytical people than another team in this day and age.
Base hit for Kiermaier with one out. I mean, the counter argument to that is,
yes,
when you say I'm going to rely on one person's eyes.
Nope, you're not. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that that gives you a bit of an edge. You're always going to have statistics in this day and age of baseball.
But how do you fit them in when you believe that maybe those eyes are what was creating the error in the first place?
The error of what?
Say you've got numbers that say this guy is just going to do X, and that one person says I don't see it. How do you maneuver that?
I think it has to be a combination. I think the best organizations are the ones that have sound, long-time experienced baseball people and guys who understand the analytics and how to apply them. That's why I think the combination of the two is what makes a really good team maybe a little bit better. Otherwise, again, if it was just analytics, everybody'd have the best analytical people.
Sure.
You have 30 teams, and I don't think that one is substantially better than others.
And it's all out there. I mean, the one thing that I've always, just going deeper into the game of baseball, thought about is people talk about what a grind baseball is, right?
Yeah.
And how tired players are at the end of the season and things like that. How do you try and quantify psychology, the way a clubhouse fits together? How do you do that?
Well, number one, teams now have psychologists. They have sports psychologists that work with the baseball team. That's one of the things. There's organizations working on sleep studies to figure out how you can keep guys stronger longer.
Nutrition.
Everybody talks about nutrition and how to do that a little bit better. Whether to travel the evening of an off day or travel, let's say, late morning of an off day and give a guy dinner in the city he's going to and give him a good night's sleep. That depends on a lot of different things. But there's organizations always looking for the edge, looking to do something that other organizations are not. And that's what helps you. I mean, look, the organizations with great players, obviously they're going to play very well.
Kiermaier with his 20 steals at first, as that's fouled away by Longoria. 1-2 with one out in the third. Yeah, with numbers, there are very few barriers to entry, is what people call them, right? When you've got a market and there are no certificates you need to get, right? There are no licenses, like a doctor needs a license. There's no real license for numbers. You can create numbers, they're proprietary, but everybody's got the numbers. At some point you lose your strength there. Line drive to third. Frazier doubles him off. 5-3 on the Twin killing, and that'll do it for the top of the third. Todd Frazier turns 2, and the Sox will bat trailing by just 1 in the home third. Second at 2:10 p.m. for Fan Appreciation Day. Hundreds of prizes will be given away throughout the game. For tickets, visit whitesox.com. Todd Frazier turned 2 to close the top of the third. Quick reaction.
Evan Longoria crushes this ball. Todd's right there, and then sees a chance at first base. And he gets it there just before the hand gets in. Good call by Greg Gibson. He calls him out. No need for a review, and the double play gets Jose Quintana out of what looked like could have been a tough inning.
Yeah, leadoff base runner for the Sox in the second inning and the first, but no runs so far for the hometown side. Rays had that one-out single from Kiermaier trying to build another rally, and then eventually could not score. Garcia takes ball 1.
Furie's had his opportunity to play, and he's hit the ball pretty well from both sides of the plate.
Start number 11 for him today, and he wraps that one foul. We were talking yesterday about Clayton Kershaw and his tinkering with release points. He still doesn't have the best changeup that people think he can have. There's something to being able to project who those creative types are going to be as well. As you're talking about, Garcia grounds it to first. This is Miller for out number 1. As you're talking about opportunities to pick out guys from the herd, if there were a way to project that level of creativity, that level of understanding of the game, those are the guys that you want in the course of a baseball career, because they would not fall into line with their career numbers, because they'd always be tinkering with what they do.
Well, you always want to add guys to your team that have a good baseball acumen, and that's part of what makes Clayton Kershaw as good as he is, because you look at the stuff, his fastball is not overwhelming. He's always had a deceptive delivery and a wonderful curveball.
Strike 1 to Adam Eaton, who singled and stole a base in the first. Comes a low ball and a strike.
Playing him around toward left center field. The big gap is in right center, and Mikey Matuk is well off the line and right.
Eaton chops it through past Ramirez, and a base hit. Adam twice has visited the left side of the infield for a single tonight. Sox match is coming up in the 4th inning. Here's what you can win tonight, including a warm can of Coke. Jedi Knight Southpaw. That water bottle's nice. Nobody's taken the water bottle yet.
No, we've had the Jose Abreu plush doll since the beginning of time.
It's actually been pushed back into the back row.
Your JH hat is a big seller.
Do you say J.A. Happ?
Close to it.
J.H. Hatt, also a Cy Young contender.
We're getting a little sparse on the prize shelf.
We have a couple neat things that are coming tomorrow.
Oh, good.
Yeah. Including warm can of Sprite.
Great.
To follow the warm can of Coke today.
Giving away Joe Grube.
I didn't say cold Sprite. Anderson on the ground. Ramirez feeds Forsythe, and that is 2.
Well, that was a quick 2, and Forsythe got away the throw very quickly.
1-0.
U.S. Cellular Field, where the White Sox trail the Tampa Bay Rays in the top of the 4th, 1-0. Jose Quintana on the mound tonight, going for his 14th win, and he has more in common with pregame instructor Luis Sierra than just being a fellow countryman. The two Colombians live in Barranquilla, Colombia during the offseason, and they actually live just 5 blocks away from each other. I talked to Luis Sierra before today's game. He said that during the offseason, about a month and a half in, they'll start working out together about 5 days a week. They'll get up in the morning and do some training. They've known each other for about 10 years. They both played in the Venezuelan Summer League when Jose Quintana was with the Mets and Luis Sierra was with the Reds. After the Mets let Quintana go, it was actually Luis Sierra's dad, who was a scout for the Yankees in Colombia, who helped to get him signed to the Yankees and rejuvenate his career. So look for these two fellow neighbors to be working out together in this offseason. Guys, back up to you in the booth.
Hey, what a story. Thank you, Sierra. Appreciate it. A reunion
of sorts.
Couple of strikes on Miller, who walked and scored in the 2nd inning, and he went around there. Miller couldn't lay off, and Quintana strikes out number 5.
That is his career high. Good slider low and away. He got ahead, and Miller could not check it up.
Strikeout number 179 for Jose Quintana. He's got one down for Dickerson, who singled to center in the run-scoring second inning. Well, around baseball right now, the Orioles have a 4-0 lead in Toronto in the top of the 8th. A win there would tie those two teams in the wild card race in the American League and set up a very possible wild final weekend, with the Tigers ending up getting postponed today. And by the way, the Mariners are still in this thing. They're 84 and 74. They're 2 games off the pace of the Orioles for spot number 2. Those hopes are fading with every Baltimore win. Strike 3, quick work of Dickerson. Quintana on 6 pitches has 2 strikeouts. Here's your Sox Math question for tonight. Hashtag Sox Math on Twitter. First correct answer wins something off the prize shelf. Number of Sox players now with at least 10 home runs. Multiply the number of consecutive 200-plus strikeout seasons for Sale minus the number of straight seasons with an ERA below 4 that Quintana has put up for the Sox, and then add the number of home runs Paul Konerko hit in the 2008 Division Series against Tampa Bay. That's your Sox Math question for tonight, featuring 2 superlative starting pitchers, one of whom we'll see again. If you missed Dan Hayes' news earlier, Chris Sale will be starting on Sunday. He'll have the ball for the final game of the year. Mikey Matuk hammers this ball to left center field, and it's gone. He laid into a 1-0 pitch for a home run number 3.
His 11th driven in, and that a no doubter. Wind or no wind, that's going out of the ballpark. It's a line drive rocket. Jose got the ball up. Matuk hit it out.
The 2-0 Rays, and a foul ball from Ramirez, who drove in the other run earlier with an RBI single in the second inning.
Remember, you got a very motivated Tampa Bay starter in Chris Archer, doing everything he can to avoid losing his 20th game.
So that's rolling around there, right?
Yeah,
I mean, he's thinking about it.
He certainly is thinking about it. And out of all the guys, we talked about the decades it's been with only 2 20-game losers, Kingman and Maroth. By far, Archer has the best stuff of the 3.
Tapper, first base side, and rolling foul. I mean, you look at the ERA for Archer this year, it's hanging around 4.
Pretty much all of the stuff, when you look up and down every stat that he has, you wouldn't believe it all translates into a 20-game losing season. I mean, you look at the astonishing amount of strikeouts he has, the fact that his ERA at home is the best in the league. So you got a guy who's a very good pitcher who's on the cusp of losing 20 games, and you always have to maintain that you've got to be a good pitcher to lose 20 games, because otherwise they would run somebody else out there.
That's right. You'd be in the bullpen. You'd be in AAA. Keeping the arm warm. Archer. It's the Allen Iverson baseball look. He's the one that popularized the arm sleeve.
And amazingly enough, it's still 65 degrees.
That's coming back toward us and just below the booth. That was a nice ruse by you. Have me start looking at the thermometer on the scoreboard while the ball comes back our way.
Well, don't worry. I was absolutely going to protect you.
With the leaning?
Yeah, that was a protective lean. As opposed to the lean against your 40-year-old car.
2-2. Fouled away. I just had somebody say to me today, hey, we haven't heard anything about your terrible car recently on the
Seriously?
broadcast. Oh, yeah. Just
see,
today.
I can't believe that. Well, there you go. It makes an appearance before the end of the year.
2 balls and 2 strikes. Boy, you love when those plot lines return, don't you? In the air right side, and foul again from Ramirez.
So it is not a terrible car. It's just a veteran car.
I see.
And that's what kind of a night it is.
That's veteran leadership right there. Dress warm. 2-2. And Ramirez dances. Kurt Casale hoping for a chance here in the 4th inning. Mikey Mott took a solo home run. And the lead to Tampa 2-0, trying to thwart the Sox 4-game sweep bid. Sox could win 6 in a row. 2 in Cleveland, 3 here against the Rays, and there's still, with 4 wins to close the year, a chance to end at 500. Frazier to the backhand, and Todd Frazier's played a very nice third base this evening. That gets Quintana out of the inning, but the Rays get one more from Montook. It's 2-0.
Rocket arms. And we'll take a look at the AL strikeout leaders. Justin Verlander, #1 with Chris Archer, who has a chance to put a dent in that lead. Corey Kluber, who's currently hurt. Then Chris Sale, who will have a chance to climb up the leaderboard, and David Price. With Jose Quintana, 11th, but moving up.
Jose so far tonight has struck out 6. Chris Archer has struck out 4, and he holds a 2-0 lead so far, with Melky, Jose, and Justin Morneau coming up. There is strike 1. Archer's lived in the high side of the strike zone at points tonight.
It's surprising. There have been a few pitchers along the way who've lived with high sliders, but not too many.
You know who's done a really nice job of that this year is Dylan Bundy of the Orioles, pitching up in the zone and having some success. I know recently he's not had great luck.
The Orioles are just happy that he's healthy, and they're very happy that Ubaldo Jimenez is having the kind of game he's having against a wonderful hitting team in their own ballpark. Toronto has 1 hit as they head to the bottom of the 8th, trailing by 4.
With a win, the Orioles would tie the Jays for that first wild card slot. 2 strikes now on Melky. And I mean, the scenario for the Tigers right now, with the Tigers having their game postponed today, Cleveland has to leave town to go play on the road in Kansas City. Detroit finishes up in Atlanta, or at least is scheduled to finish up. But if that game means anything for either team, they're going to have to play it, as Melky takes inside. 3-2. So both those teams travel tonight. The Tigers could play at Atlanta on Sunday, back to Detroit for a makeup game Monday against Cleveland. Wild card tiebreaker Tuesday. Fly ball from Melky to left field. One away. Dickerson. Here's your Sox math answer. SSSP Knowles back-to-back wins. 6 Sox players with 10 or more home runs. 4 straight seasons for Sale, 200-plus strikeouts. That's 24 minus 4 straight seasons with an ERA sub-4 for Quintana before this year. And then 2 home runs in that 08 division series against Tampa for Paulie. 22, your answer. Congratulations, Patrick. You win Steve Stone's shoe. Here's Abreu. Take strike 1. You win back-to-back days on Sox math. You win one of Steve's shoes.
Is a choice? Do I have a choice of which shoe I want to give him?
You do, yeah.
Oh, good.
You have free will here.
Then he's in luck.
Tipped foul by Abreu. But to finish the story on the Tigers, they could play that last game with Atlanta, next day Cleveland at home, then a wild card tiebreaker possibly at Baltimore or Toronto, a wild card game Wednesday if you win the game on Tuesday, then a division series opener somewhere on Thursday.
That's a good schedule.
That is the unbalanced schedule, as they say.
I would say if all those things come about, it's going to be really tough to get through for the Detroits.
Well, there's a strong possibility of the makeup game.
Yep. There is that.
Either the Tigers needing it to determine a wild card or the Indians needing it to determine playoff seeding. Ramirez to first and 2 away. And so then you look and you say, well, wild card tiebreaker on Tuesday. There's a decent shot of somebody being involved and tied here. You're going into the final weekend of games with a separation of either 1 or 1.5. That's could get dicey for Brad Ausmus. Might be one of those weeks where you forget which hotel room you're in.
Well, especially if you're playing a team that only has to play one of those games and they can use their #1 starter against perhaps your 3 or 4, depending on how many games you have to win to get there.
Tigers came in today 85-73, a game back of Baltimore, as that goes right back to Archer, who lost his cap but got a 1-2-3 inning. To the 5th we go. It's 2-0 visitors.
T-Mobile, greater coverage of baseball. And it's all the division winners. Boston in the East, the Indians in the Central, and Texas in the AL West. And it's the Washington Nationals in the East, the Cubs in the Central, and the Dodgers in the NL West. Only the wild card to be determined. And some really great races before that's all said and done.
Down to that final day, we're going to see some team get extracted from the playoff race. It's going to come down to the final day. The odds say that that will happen. But as you look at the American League race, we've seen all of them in this ballpark and outside of the park. Who do you think is the leader in the American League? You think the Red Sox?
As far as the leader,
the leader to win the American League, to get to the World Series.
So many variables. I look at their lineup and I say, yes, their lineup is certainly good enough.
Boston.
The lineup is terrific. I mean, you look up and down it, there's not too many weak spots. And then you take a look at the Indians, and you have to ask, before you even consider the Indians getting there, is Kluber going to be ready to go? Because they're going to play their first game on the 8th day of what they've already announced is a 7 to 10 day rehab situation for a quad problem that he has. If he's not ready to go, it's going to be really tough for Cleveland to even be considered in that. I mean, they've got a good team, and Terry Francona's a wonderful manager. But without your number 1, 2, and 3, as you head into the playoffs, it would be a Herculean task to get through the first round.
I'm trying to think of something comparable to that we've seen in recent memory, and the 3 top of the line starters not being there.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen it.
2 balls, 2 strikes on Curt Casali.
And then you got Texas. I mean, Texas is a really strong club, and they have the biggest advantage out of any of the teams, and that is they're 52 and 26 at home. Even Boston, as good as they are, only 46 and 32. So Boston, as good a team as they are, didn't come close to dominating at home as much as Texas did.
And you could make the argument that whomever comes out of that wild card spot could be one of the more dangerous teams in the American League. Baltimore and Toronto, the way they can hit.
Yeah. Well, Toronto also has a huge advantage. And we'll take a look at the wild card and what's happening to this point. The Blue Jays at 87 and 71. Baltimore right now, they look like heading into the top of the 9th inning. They're going to tie them. And then the Tigers trying to get there. Baltimore's got Zach Britton at the end, which gives them, if they can carry the lead, gives them a tremendous advantage.
That's strike 3. Casali punched out. 7 strikeouts for Quintana in his final start this year.
I think we saw it the other day in graphic illustration when it was raining here and we got a chance to see the Baltimore-Toronto game. Osuna's a pretty good closer, but he gave up a 2-run homer late in the game, which allowed Baltimore to beat Toronto. That doesn't happen to Toronto. If they've got a 2-1 lead late, Baltimore rather, if they get a 2-1 lead late, Zach Britton's closing it down.
With the way he throws the ball low in the zone and out of the zone. I mean, and the one note about Baltimore that changes as the playoffs start to come into focus is that Buck Showalter doesn't have to conserve Zach Britton anymore. Frazier on the charge. We've seen him do it a lot this year. With the catcher running, he throws out Wilson 2 away.
Todd's having a real good night. All the defensive skills being shown tonight. The quick hands on the line drive. The good hands coming in, bare hand throwing the same motion. He's shown good first step to either side. So it's been a night of defense. Todd Frazier.
2 down for Forsythe, but to the point, Buck Showalter can use Zach Britton every night. He can use him in the 8th. He can use him in the 2nd. if he wants to, he can just send him out there and not have to worry about conservation, really.
Well, you've got some off days in the playoffs. That certainly helps.
The game of baseball gets so condensed in the playoffs. You see managers change the way they handle their bullpens.
And it would certainly help for Baltimore because they've been a much better home team than Toronto. So Toronto would go to 46-35 at home if they lost tonight. Baltimore is sitting there at 50-31. They've been dominant at Camden Yards.
Though Adam Jones recently has been very vocal about the amount of people who've come out to support the playoff race in Baltimore.
Yeah, you always will come out on top when you berate the fans. That's a good plan.
1-2 on Forsythe. How's your tongue? Stuck in your cheek now? Oh for 2 tonight for Forsythe. 1 for 15 in the series. And a new baseball bat teed up for Logan Forsythe. (2-0) Tampa Bay. A home run from Matuk last inning and an RBI single from Alexei Ramirez in the second inning.
A lot of young people here tonight. There is the performance jersey that they're giving out to everybody. There's the performance nachos that they're giving out to a few.
What do they do for your performance? Those performance nachos?
Give you a lot more energy.
Frazier one more time stabs it. Todd Frazier's night over at third. 2-0 Rays after 4.5. He sure can, Chuck Garfien.
And how often do you see it? A guy makes 3 out of the last 4 outs. And here he is leading off.
It's 11% of the time, Steve.
That he comes to bat?
Yeah, roughly.
Yeah. See, that's why you're the sabermetrician.
Frazier in the air, right field. That's drifting. Matuk still going. Mikey Matuk on the gas pedal for out number 1. High drama in the sky and right.
Wind looked like it shifted, and now the flags are starched atop the poles, blowing toward the right field corner. Not Matuk thought he had it. Then he's drifting, and back to the track to make the catch. You absolutely have to stay right with it every step of the way.
That's a strong play by Mikey Matuk to hang with that ball. The 1 out for Alex Avila. Wind has been all over the place tonight.
I mean, you take a look at the 2 flags, including the American flag to the left of the scoreboard, and they're really starched. And you look at the flags to the right, not quite as much. Yeah, the wind has been unusual, and we talked about gusts up to 30 miles an hour.
I mean, those are 3 flags in one location, and they're all pointing differently. I mean, they're all pointing to the right, but with different gusts attached to the wind. 2-0 on Alex Avila. 2-1. Archer's allowed 3 singles and no runners to third base tonight for the Sox. Adam Eaton was at second with 1 out in the first. And a fly out from Melky, a ground out from Abreu, and that did it. Ball low, 3-1 to Alex, who a couple of nights ago tied a career high with 3 walks.
Archer bidding to go 3-0 lifetime against the Sox lineup, but his ERA, at least coming in, was up over 4.
That's high, ball 4. First walk tonight for Archer. It comes against Alex Avila. Sox fans, celebrate your culture with Hispanic Heritage Night tomorrow, presented by Miller Lite. There will be Latin music and dancing, special activities for kids, an on-field parade, and a post-game fireworks show. It's not just a good time, it's Miller time. Miller Lite, official beer of your Chicago White Sox. Tickets start as low as $10. And to purchase, you can visit whitesox.com/NHH.
For those of you who feared that there would be no rain tonight, there is.
Showers in the area, in the vicinity.
So far they're scattered.
Spotty showers.
Yeah.
Carlos Sanchez with Avila at first, and a ball in the dirt from Archer. 1 ball, 1 strike. Right-hander Archer, 28 years old, out of Clayton, North Carolina, on the outskirts of Raleigh. Drafted out of high school. And now with the Rays, after a brilliant season last year in which he was an all-star. Sanchez gets under it. Kiermaier dealing with the wind. And a bluff to first, 2 down.
And Kiermaier now talking with Matuk about the wind, and what he's saying is it's not going to down to center, or what we've seen tonight to right center to a certain extent, but it's just taking it to straightaway right and toward the line and right.
Isn't that amazing?
You don't have to deal with that much Tropicana field.
Just a catwalk or 2 will get in your way. 2 down for Leury Garcia. There's strike 1. Ground ball to first in the 3rd for Garcia. Home run already in the series. He's the tying run as he takes low.
One thing you'd like to see is Archer trying to throw that slider inside, because if Leury can hit it in the air to right field or down the line, it's going to be home run number 2.
Nice placement, 1 and 2.
That time he started that over the outside corner, and good movement. Found the middle of the plate, and that was his slider. And here's another one.
Caught the middle of the plate that time, fouled away.
The Twins will be in here over the weekend, and they're in a 4-4 tie in the 8th with Kansas City. That is #1 pick territory. The Minnesota Twins with 102 losses this year, the most in baseball.
Yeah, they pretty much locked it up.
High fastball fouled off. Back to first after his 1-out walk. Orioles 3 outs away from beating the Blue Jays. It's 4-0 in the 9th at Rogers Center. On the ground, second base side, Logan Forsythe to retire the side, and the Sox get a 1-out walk, but nothing else. Archer pitching a shutout through 5.
Checking an official White Sox MasterCard debit card only available at your local Wintrust Community Bank. Go to wintrust.com/Sox to learn more. Wintrust Community Bank, member FDIC.
We play the 6th inning. It's 2-0 Rays. Home run from Mikey Matuk, RBI single, Alexei Ramirez. And that's all the scoring so far tonight as Kevin Kiermaier, who's 1 for 2, stands in. Then Longoria to follow, and Brad Miller. The Rays have no shortage of left-handers in this lineup, and only one lefty on the bench, Jeff Decker.
And the 2 right-handers have hit the ball hard with very little to show for it, Forsythe and Longoria. Of course, Mickey Matuk also has the line drive home run.
Kiermaier has hit the ball well since joining the 2 spot in the order. He's hit nearly 280 since August 2nd when he was moved to 2. And with the way he plays defense, if the bat plays at all, he's going to be a valuable player for Tampa Bay. Slice to right field by Kiermaier. Eaton cuts it off. Adam with the peg to second. Kiermaier's safe.
Pretty good speed, and he's got the play in front of him and realizes that Adam has to go toward the line. He knows he's got a good arm. The question is, can he outrun it? And the answer to that is yes, but not without a battle. Kiermaier with good speed cuts the base very nicely and able to head first slide into second base with his 20th double of the year.
That brings up Longoria, who's got an 0 for 2 so far tonight, 0 for 10 in the series. I got a quiz for you.
You ready?
Sure.
Okay. There are 5 guys with 35 doubles and 35 homers. Longoria is one of them. We interrupt this quiz for a fly ball to right. Eaton's there. And Kiermaier is into third. 5 guys with 35 doubles, 35 homers this year.
I'd say Longoria is one of them.
He is one of them.
So that's one. So I got 20% right.
You got 4 more.
Let's see.
You can call a friend.
Tom Foley is on the phone to get the answer to should he appeal Adam Eaton dropping the baseball. Was it on the transfer or not?
Yeah, it's a catch.
Yes, it is. Absolutely, and he hits a divot and he's okay, but it forces the infield in. How about Machado?
Manny Machado's one of them. Yep.
So I've got 40% right.
Yep. That's very good. That's Hall of Fame numbers.
Okay, so it's 35 home runs.
35 doubles this year.
All over baseball or
All
just in
over
the American
baseball.
League?
American and National. There's 1 National League player. The other 2 are American League.
I'll take Chris Bryant and Anthony Rizzo.
Chris Bryant's one of them. You can just name everybody now.
No, that's fine. So I got 60%.
That's right. Fouled away. Still 0-2 on Miller.
How about Big Poppy?
Yep, that's another one.
So that's 80%.
Yep, there's one more, and he just got there.
Oh, so a late arrival.
Yeah.
See, I can't be held responsible for a late arrival.
Yeah, but not that recently. Not like yesterday. Put it this way. The
I'm
other
stuck.
guys, he's had an amazing second half.
Brian Dozier.
Yeah, Brian Dozier.
Well, you gave me a clue. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. That's the prelude to Sticks and Stone tonight.
So then who's the 6th?
There are only 5. Steve Stone's Sox Math Abacus on sale today. 1-2. Fouled off again by Brad Miller with Kiermaier at third and a third run hanging in the balance 90 feet away.
So if you're Alex Avila giving signs, Jose Quintana, you're likely to call a slider low and away out of the strike zone, thinking that you're going to strike him out. You need no contact here.
Just missed.
Good spot for it. He called the slider. He threw it exactly where he wanted, and Miller held up. Here it comes again. Brad.
Check swing, ball low. And he held up.
Yeah, the appeal, and Ben May said nope. He did hold up, and it was close as he started, but able to check it up. Good hitters have very strong hands and wrists. They come in all sizes and all shapes. Big guys, very small guys, wide guys, but they all have one thing in common: very strong hands and wrists, or you're not going to be a good major league hitter.
3-2. Pitch number 103. Oh, that was in the strike zone, and he didn't get the call. First and third, one out for Dickerson. Here is your Sticks and Stone question for tonight. How did you do against Cal McRae?
Hold on for a second. I thought we were doing Rays.
Yeah, McRae. And he was also the skipper.
Jeez. He did very well against me. Cal McRae was a terrific hitter.
Yeah, he was a skipper in 2002 and for part of 2001.
A fiery skipper.
Uh-huh.
But I didn't face him when he managed.
No, that would have been tough.
Yeah. He was with Cincinnati and then was exceptional with Kansas City.
The breaking ball, strike called. Boy, if Quintana could have traded that one for the other one, he would have been a heartbeat.
The 27 pitches in the second inning when things did not go particularly well, but Jose got out with just the 1 run. That helped contribute to pitch number 105 coming.
He'd love a ground ball. He's got a ground ball. Abreu the spin. Anderson return. Nice pick. Double play. Some days you get what you want. October 2nd from 5 to 8 p.m. Join the Bulls Sox Academy at their annual on-field Fun Fest. Take live batting practice, warm up in the bullpen, and much more. Visit bullsoxacademy.com for more information. That should be a fun day. They do a great job at the Bulls Sox Academy. And the Sox side of that, trying to come up with a couple runs tonight with the Rays. Chris Archer throwing exceptionally well.
Sox playing some really stout defense tonight. That was a great 3-6-3 double play.
Eaton didn't like to call 1-1. Abreu 2 times there. He makes the decision to go to second, and then on the return pass to first from Anderson, he makes a beautiful scoop. Miller at first tested, and he wins the race for round number 1. Here's your answer to Sticks and Stone against Hal McRae.
That's pretty good. A couple of doubles, 286. Walked 4 strikeouts.
He was a very skilled player, Hal McRae.
He's also one of the guys, it was a different era of the game, but he was one of the guys that you didn't want to be hanging around second base on the double play turn.
Is that right?
Yes, he would take you into left field in a heartbeat. There was a couple of guys, Don Baylor, one of them, Bill Madlock, another one. And when you have that reputation, you force the defense into some problems, some mistakes.
Anderson, right field and deep. Matuk is back at the wall, and it claims away from him. This has triple written all over it for Tim Anderson, who's in there easily with a 1-out 3-base hit.
Mikey Matuk had no chance at all because he's got to race to the corner to try to get that ball. And when it hit the wall, it bounced back towards center field. Tim Anderson seeing the carom, realizing he's going to get 3 and maybe an inside the park home run. Kiermaier does a nice job of getting to it. And that's the only thing that kept Tim Anderson at third base.
Triple number 5 in his rookie year for Tim Anderson. And the infield back for the Rays in the middle. Surprised by this in a 2-0 game in the 6th?
Not really, because they would trade the run for the out to try to stay out of the big inning and keep the lead.
And they will. Boy, even with Archer pitching as well as he has, they play the infield back. The Sox get a run. Melky says thank you very much. It's 2-1.
Well, I'm sure the call I made to Kevin Cash telling them that Melky was my pick to click necessitated that they play the infield back, conceding the run. That's run batted in number 83.
The one factor there is with the lack of contact for the most part tonight against Archer. That's been terribly solid contact. You might wager on him if you're Tampa Bay, and in this case they would have gotten out of the inning. You never know what Abreu would have done otherwise. Sox get a run. 2-1 Tampa Bay after 6.
Off the wall, and then the erratic carom leads to a ground ball, which leads to the one and only Sox run. And with that first White Sox run, eClick Lending has donated $100 to the Pat Tillman Foundation, supporting military veterans and their families.
New pitcher is Juan Minaya for the Sox, Steve.
He's thrown very well, on for the 10th time. He's 1-0. His ERA .93. And he comes in a 2-1 game with every intention of holding him right there. He'll face the bottom part of the order. And it's 4 right-handers to face Minaya.
So far for Minaya, after 9 games deep into his major league career, he looks like a pretty strong waiver claim by the Sox.
I would say it's a great waiver claim.
You like the stuff?
I do. I think stuff's pretty good.
Ten base runners, 9 2/3 so far for Minaya. And here is Mikey Matuk, who has given the Rays, as it stands right now, the lead with his home run in the 4th inning. The second run for Tampa crossed on that Matuk home run. Quintana tonight, 6 innings, 5 hits, 2 earned runs, couple of walks, 7 strikeouts in his final act this year. Frazier has that ball carom away from him, and Mikey Matuk has himself a leadoff double. That ball was scalded.
A home run and a double now as he leads off the 7th with a line drive rocket off of Todd Frazier's glove. Surprising he did get a glove on it, as that one rattles around.
So Mikey Matuk, 6 out of 14 in the series.
And now we'll see if Kevin Cash decides that Alexei Ramirez will have trouble hitting the ball to the right side.
That would be an argument for bunting.
That would be. Although he only has 1 sacrifice this entire year. And it did come at Tampa.
And here it comes. And there goes strike 1. Well, the odds say the play is to not bunt here because you don't want to donate an out. But if you really don't believe he can hit the ball on the right side of the infield, that's when you go ahead and pull it back.
Well, now there's a big hole on the left side of the infield. And Alex Avila did not get the handle, and then it was briefly kicked by Ed Hickox, but no advance.
For the most part, bunting is down in Major League Baseball over the course of the last couple of years, and definitely home runs are up.
I was going to say bunting down, home runs way up.
Interesting too, saw some numbers today on Fangraphs about the home runs being up, not in the big names, not in the high home run hitter area, as Ramirez strikes that through the left side. It's a base hit, and Matuk stops at third, so 2 on against Minaya. Nobody out in the 7th inning.
That's what Alexei does best, is pull the ball, and with Frazier in at third and Anderson having to hold him close, you see the big gap on the left side. That's what Alexei was able to hit it through. And there's no way you're going to score on that. It's hit too hard, and there's no reason with nobody out you'd even think about it.
So first and third, nobody out. Kurt Casale is the hitter. And the point being, what I was talking about is the non-home run hitters, the guys 15, 20 home runs.
I was going to say there's more 20 home run guys than the top end guys hitting 50 home runs.
The addition to the home runs has come in the median range more than anything this year. There's a strike to Casale. Now the Sox will play the infield for 2 to exchange that run they just got.
Casale can also handle the bat. He's got 3 sacrifices, but he's looking for, at the very least, his first sacrifice fly of the year.
Ball and a strike on Casale. First and third, nobody out against Minaya. And now strike 2. Minaya would love a strikeout in this spot, with Wilson, the catcher, up next.
Casale has fanned 80 times this year and 220 at bats. That is an overwhelming amount of strikeouts.
One and 2. You got a piece. How do you strike him out here?
Same way he's been trying to with slider, only you keep it down and away. That one was up and away. That's the thing that allowed Casale to stay alive. You see on the Honda pitch tracks where he's throwing him. There was a time when Alexei would absolutely take off. He swiped 6 bases this year, but he's been caught 9 times. And he does have a good lead at first.
Long hold, Minaya thinking the same thing.
Dan Jennings loosening up.
So righty Wilson, a righty Forsythe coming next for the Rays. In the air, left field. Melky will not get there. Matuk scores. And it's 3-1. I don't know that Melky had a great read on that ball off the bat, Steve.
No, either do I. Looked like a play he had a shot at. This is a hanging slider. This is not exactly where Juan Minaya wanted it, and it cost him the run. One way or the other would have been a run. But it turns into a base hit. 23rd driven in by Casale.
Third in the series for Curt Casale. Still nobody out. Bobby Wilson was 0 for 2. He was a casualty of the Texas trade for Jonathan Lucroy.
And now you will see a bunt. Oh, that's
What?
surprising because he's as good a bunter as there is on this team.
We saw him try it earlier in the series.
Yeah, he's got 7 sacrifices. 3 of them coming with Tampa Bay.
Outside 2-0. Wilson preferring to wait out Minaya. First 3 have hit in the inning for Tampa Bay. First run across was Matuk. Sox trying to keep it right there. 2-0. He went after a ball. 2-1.
This one is well off the plate. And Wilson just goes, why did I swing at that?
Two and one. Sanchez for out number 1.
Infield fly rule, and this one had the outside corner. Wilson pops it up, no advancement.
That was despair and Bobby Wilson, those last 2 facial expressions. One out, 1 in, 2 on. Ramirez at second, Casale at first, and Minaya against Logan Forsythe. There goes Ramirez.
He took advantage of the fact that Minaya didn't look at him.
No shot for Alex Avila.
Stolen base number 7 for Alexi. Or 8.
Strike in the inside corner, 1-1.
Second for Tampa Bay.
Casale at first, Ramirez at third. Jose Quintana done after 6 innings in his final start of the year. And that ball clipped him. Forsythe hit by the pitch, and the bases are loaded.
That's going to bring Dan Jennings into the game. That one got a piece of the uniform, and Forsythe aboard for the first time tonight. So that's going to be it for Juan Minaya. We'll step out, be back after these messages.
you win with Papa John's Pizza. The day after the Sox win, you get 50% off your entire online order of regular menu priced items only at papajohns.com when you use promo code SOXWIN at participating Papa John's locations. Better ingredients, better pizza, Papa John's.
I met with the Papa John's Pizza today. The folks from there. And by the way, yes, time now for the finest tire and auto service experts call to the pen. I was trying to rush that in, but I did meet with the folks from Papa John's, and there you look at Dan Jennings with the problem of the bases loaded.
Thought maybe you met Pizza the Hut for lunch.
I would have loved to have met with a pizza for lunch, but
here's Kiermaier, broken bat, base hit. One in, bases still loaded, lumber everywhere, and a 4-1 lead.
Jose Abreu had to get out of the way of the flying bat at first base as Kiermaier with his third hit, 37th run driven in. Dan Jennings on a fastball breaks his bat. He's left with what looks like a cricket bat and dumps it in front of Eaton.
That's one sport that has a time of game problem. Cricket.
And an amount of run problem.
It goes for weeks.
Like 300.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. You could have some ERA in cricket.
We're in the 942nd end. Thanks for joining us. One out, bases loaded. And Longoria. Double play ball would be nice. He's hit into a couple in this series, including one tonight in the third inning on a ball that was just skewered to third base. Casali, Forsythe, and Kiermaier, your base runners. Two 2-0 from Jennings. Dangerous hitter Longoria. Smoke to left. Melky's on it. Casali tags from third. It bounces late. Melky had a shot at him. Rays get a run. It's 5-1.
96 driven in by Longoria as he crushes another one. And the throw just not quite in time. All three charged to Manaea.
And Forsythe is still his at second base. Kiermaier at first is property of Jennings. And the former Mariner Brad Miller up. 2 walks, a run scored, and a strikeout against Quintana for Miller. And ball 1. This Tampa Bay offense has not been terribly lively in the series, with the exception of 2 nights ago. Rays put up 6. They were shut out last night. Sox only gave up 1 run in the opener. 2-0 from Jennings. Rays will be on the road in Texas to close the year. It's the finale of the series against the Sox. Sox have won 5 straight. Would take a comeback tonight. That's inside. 3-0. Dan Jennings, whose command has been very good for the balance of this season, has been out of the zone for the most part tonight. That's a strike down the middle, 3-1.
And there you look at Michael Inoa throwing in the pen.
Three and one from Jennings. That's a strike. 3-2. Miller declined on it. Runners will go. 3-2. Dickerson to follow. Jennings trying to end it right here. Payoff pitch with 2 down. In the dirt. Will Robin Ventura decide on a third pitcher in the inning? Likely not here with a lefty coming up. There's only one left-hander in the Sox bullpen. Rife with lefties in the starting rotation. Sox only have one relief left-hander.
Well, till the trade deadline, they had 2 with Zach Duke going to St. Louis.
Bases loaded. Dickerson 2 down. Game's gone final in Toronto a while ago. 4-0 the Orioles. So that's a tie atop the American League wildcard standings with Baltimore and Toronto dead even going into the final weekend, with the Tigers 85-73, a game and a half back. That's low. 2-0. In the National League tonight, the Reds and Cardinals are tied at 3 in the bottom of the 9th. St. Louis really needs that one.
I think St. Louis is getting awfully tired of seeing Cincinnati because the Reds have given them some problems.
Giants are just underway at home for the Rockies, elsewhere in the National League wild card hunt. 2-0. That's a strike for Jennings. 2-1. 9th batter of the inning for the Rays, Corey Dickerson. Two balls and a strike from Jennings. 2-2. Mariners are playing right now as well. They're home for Oakland in a scoreless tie in the first inning. Seattle needs a win badly tonight to at least have a dream of a possible wild card. They'd need to win out essentially and have either the Orioles or the Blue Jays lose their complement of games. I was going to say,
pretty much completely collapse.
Two and two. Jennings to Dickerson. And he got him swinging. Jennings strands him loaded. 3 come across. It's 5-1 Tampa Bay at stretch time.
5-1, the Sox trailing the Rays in the 7th inning. Thanks for joining us tonight. He's Steve Stone. I'm Jason Benetti. Our entire crew is here, and we thank you for making us a part of your evening this Thursday night with 3 home games remaining after tonight.
Pretty interesting. After defeating the shift the first time, there is very little of a shift now.
And he pulls it to Forsythe. So that's really the question then.
Yes.
If you have a shift, we've talked about this before.
Right.
If you have a shift, it will get beaten sometimes.
Yes.
And the only way to really believe in it and play the numbers is to play it at all times with the same pitcher on the mound against the same batter.
But see, you were laboring under a misconception because the numbers say the 3rd time up you don't shift, and then he pulls it into your defense. Just the 3rd time.
Well, as always, the numbers never lie. Here's Todd Frazier to take strike 1. I mean, essentially what we just saw is, say you're sitting at a blackjack table, right? And the dealer has a 6. You have a 10. It becomes a 20. Swing and a miss by Frazier. Nothing in 2. Say you have a 16, right? Dealer has a 6. You have a 16. Okay. You say, I'm going to stand. And the dealer turns over a 4 and then a 10. You lose 20 to 16.
Yes.
And then you say, forevermore, I will always hit on 16 when the dealer has a 6. It's not the right play. Strike 3 on Frazier. You either believe in the numbers or you don't. You don't change midstream.
In order to make that an accurate analogy, you'd have to see the next time up and see if they shift or don't shift.
Why? They went away from it once. Isn't that enough?
No, it's only the 3rd time you go away.
Oh, it's the 3rd time. Well, he singled to left the first time, then bounced back to the pitcher the 2nd time.
So they defended him well the 2nd time.
Not going to shift the pitcher. What an amazing, creative, pioneering defensive maneuver that would be. We're shifting the pitcher to 3rd base. Then we'd start to have arguments about 3rd base being too high.
That one looked like it caught a piece of Ed Hickok's, I would assume. Rain is starting to fall.
That's not good news, Steve.
No, in the meantime, anything to cool off Chris Archer would be welcome because he's thrown exceptionally well tonight. Looks like a man on the mission, determined not to lose game number 20.
He's ready to go on 1-1 with a high breaking ball.
Yeah, that's one of the few that hasn't been called because he's thrown it up there and he's got a lot of called strikes, and that one was in the zone.
And rightfully so. They've been strikes when he's got
all night.
At least according to our Honda pitch tracks, which would need to be recalibrated with the pitcher at 3rd. Close again, 3-1. Lifted foul, 3-2 on Alex Avila. On Archer's night, he's given up just 4 hits, and the only one that's hurt him was the Anderson triple in the 6th inning. Tim came across on Melky's RBI groundout.
Plus, he's had very good control. The only man he's walked is a man he's facing, Alex Avila, and that was last time in the 5th.
3-2. Check swing, and he didn't go. Ball 4, 2nd walk of Avila tonight. Join us for Rock and Roll Night and Fireworks, presented by Guaranteed Rates. Saturday, October 1st, as the White Sox host the Twins at 6:10 p.m. First 5,000 fans to enter U.S. Cellular Field receive a Rock and Roll Night cap, compliments of Guaranteed Rate.
For tickets, visit WhiteSox.com. Carlos Sanchez is 0 for 2. But he takes in the dirt. You've seen Archer previously. How does his stuff tonight compare to what you've seen in the past?
He's had this kind of stuff most of this year. Again, when you look at the ERA, which is hovering around 4, you look at the amount of strikeouts he has among the league leaders in that department, you realize how good the stuff is. Now, at certain points, he loses command of his fastball. That's been one of the big issues with him. But when he's throwing it for strikes, which he is tonight, he becomes very difficult to hit.
2-0. That's in the dirt. 3 balls, no strikes on Sanchez.
And you would think that they would be getting the bullpen starting to loosen up.
Well, Mark Topkin, the Rays beat writer, tweeted before the game that Kevin Cash said that he's not going to manage any differently tonight, with Archer trying to avoid loss number 20. And this is one of those scenarios where you start to say, okay, do you get him out before that loss? If you were thinking down those lines, which Kevin Cash has said he's not.
He's not going to leave him in to lose this one 4 runs up.
Sanchez, a drive down the right field side, and this ball is out of here. Carlos Sanchez with more power.
Fourth home run. He's driven in 21, and that makes it a 2-run game. Line drive down the line on a fastball low and in. Archer gives up his 30th home run of the year. The only question is, would it stay fair? And it was answered definitively into the Miller Lite Sports Bar. That says Jim Hickey to the mound. The bullpen is up and going.
And with that home run, another generous donation from the Alex Nellius family in loving memory of Ursula. Carlos Sanchez with his 4th home run in the last 2 weeks. His hit streak's now at 6, and this is a much different game now.
Brad Boxberger, who was a former closer of this team, now throwing in the pen.
Garcia against Archer. So your belief is, considering the situation, this would be Archer's last batter if he didn't get Garcia out. Or maybe you give him one more.
Well, it depends if Boxberger can get loosened up enough. But if he gets loosened up, I would think that Archer would depart if he doesn't get Garcia, because Eaton has a couple of hits tonight. He might give him Eaton.
0-2 in the air and foul.
Yeah, but he's just not going to let him lose tonight. It's just, I don't believe it's going to happen. Number one, I think he wants to win the ball game.
First, he wants a new baseball.
Sometimes they throw you a baseball, and for whatever reason, seams don't feel right. The ball feels too big or too small. What we're seeing this inning for the first time all game is Archer having some problems with location.
Still ahead at 1-2. Garcia snaps at it.
Oh, and bounces back on the field of play.
Well, there is burgeoning bodybuilder Carlos Sanchez.
The power has come to him, and he's still a very young man.
24 years old, Carlos Sanchez. playing for a spot next year.
We talked about it last night. He's shown enough in his opportunity with Tyler Saladino going down to injury. Carlos had an opportunity to play more, and he really made the most of it.
Left field, Dickerson drifting, and he couldn't hang on. Garcia is into second base. Dickerson couldn't reel it in, and the inning continues.
Tampa Bay has played Dickerson deeper than normal because his problems have been going back on the ball, and this ball slicing away from him. He gets his glove on. In fact, hits him right in the middle of the glove. And that is going to be it for Chris Archer.
With the rain hammering the field.
He'll depart. And we'll step out. Be back after these messages.
Season presented by Coca-Cola. Tickets as low as $5 in the upper level, $15 in the lower level. There's special kid-focused activities throughout the ballpark, plus parking's available for only $10. Visit whitesox.com/Sundays to purchase your tickets today. The rally continues against...
Time now for the Midas Tire and Auto Service experts called to the pen, and it is Brad Boxberger. There you look at the numbers on for the 25th time. ERA in the upper fours, 4.84. And he's going to look in at Adam Eaton, who's had a good night.
Adam 2 for 3, couple of singles to left. He takes ball one in a driving rain now here at U.S. Cellular Field. We had a lengthy delay in game last night of over an hour and a half.
Boxberger last year saved 41 games. Pretty remarkable year for him.
Garcia at second. Eaton a jam shot to third. Longoria to first, and the inning's over. Sox get 2 runs. Carlos Sanchez pumps one out to right. It's 5-3 Rays after 7.
Their final series of the year under the lights against division rival, the Minnesota Twins. Coverage begins at 6:30 with White Sox pregame live, presented by the Koalas family of dealerships on CSN+. Michael Inoa comes in the ball game. So it's been Quintana for 6, Lanaya for a third, Jennings for 2/3, and now Michael Inoa on for the 22nd time. His ERA an even 3. Got a 2-run deficit to hold him right there, and a red-hot hitter to face.
With the rain slowing, Mikey Matuk is the hitter to lead off the 8th for the Rays. And he looks at strike 1. Righties are only hitting .151 against Inoa. That's 8 for 53. Slug to right. Eaton is there, fighting the wind for round number 1.
Ball carried a long way. Once again, that wind blowing toward the right field corner. Taking that one awfully deep, but it stayed in the park.
Mentioned earlier, Adam Eaton trying to become the first Sox outfielder to be a Gold Glover since Ken Berry in 1970.
Would certainly hope that when they do vote, he gets a lot of consideration, because it's been a remarkable year for him.
I mean, all the numbers point his direction. The defensive run save, the outfield assists, and if he weren't playing the same position as Mookie Betts, I think it'd be a slam dunk.
One of the differences also is Mookie's been in right field, and Adam has had to share some time because of necessity.
I thought you were going to give me the offensive argument.
No.
Mookie Betts.
Actually, Adams had a very good year offensively.
I'd like to welcome all our viewers watching in Hancock and McDonough counties in Illinois on MTC Communications.
So I wouldn't argue offense for Gold Gloves.
You wouldn't?
No, not tonight.
You've decided to drop your mayoral race in Clowntown. 2-1 from Inoa. Now 2-2.
Actually, I would say that it does come into play if one guy's hitting 220, the other guy's hitting 320. But Adam Eaton has had a very good offensive year to go with all of the defensive heroics.
There's always a spot on the Clowntown zoning board for Steve Stone, even if the mayoral bid doesn't go as planned. 2-2. It's outside. The smell of rain has come through the ballpark, as you might expect, after the rain here in the 8th. That's ball 4. It's a 1-out walk to Ramirez. Fan appreciation flash sale. Purchase a Sox pack to benefit White Sox charities. Each Sox pack includes a White Sox OGO backpack filled with autographed memorabilia, game tickets, and a custom U.S. Cellular Field replica. Premium Sox packs even include an autographed jersey. Discounted pricing this weekend only. To buy your Sox pack, visit whitesox.com/SoxPacks. Ball 1 to Kurt Casale, who drove in a run and scored a run in that 3-run 7th inning for Tampa Bay.
Ramirez already has a stolen base to go with his 2 hits. A run scored, a run driven in. Been a busy night for Alexi.
That stolen base was a 3rd in the 7th. 3 straight with hits and runs scored to lead off the inning. Rays have Alexei Ramirez at first. They have Erasmo Ramirez in the bullpen. Into left field. That's a base hit for Casali.
He's hit the ball hard tonight. A couple of base hits, and he was retired in the second inning on a line drive rocket to right field. So Tommy Kahnle loosening up.
We were talking about the Gold Glove possibilities for Adam Eaton in right field as the rain's coming down harder now again.
Yes.
Who's your American League MVP?
I think the guy who's going to win it is David Ortiz.
Who would you vote for?
David Ortiz. And the reason is, as good as Mookie Betts has been, and he's been very good, I don't think they could have done it without a left-handed banger in the middle of that lineup. I think Boston is going to be hard-pressed to replace Big Papi next year. They've got some right-handed hitters, some very good right-hand hitters. They don't have a huge left-handed run producer, and David Ortiz has been that guy this year. So for me, it's not the best year. It's the most valuable player, and he's been, in my estimation, the most valuable player.
How many wins do you think the Angels have if Mike Trout's not in that lineup?
Well, I will agree with you. Let me see. How many would they have?
They got 72.
Yeah, I would say that they would be below Oakland, and you'd have a choice of finishing 4th or 5th.
Popped up into the waterfall and foul.
So what happens is, if there's no really great years all the way around, Mike Trout wins it for 4th or 5th place team.
I agree with you. I think it's Ortiz.
No, I mean, and look, Trout's, like every year, he's had a great year. But the only way that a guy on a team finishes up the track like the Angels will, the only way that they win the MVP is if nobody has a special season. David Ortiz has had a special year.
Especially considering the context of his season, and that whether it should or shouldn't come into play, it does. It becomes a Lifetime Achievement Award.
Well, even without that, 124 driven in. He's also hit 37 home runs. You take a look at slugging percentage. He's #1 in the American League over Josh Donaldson in slugging percentage. Has the most extra base hits over Brian Dozier. So the year, just about in every category, has been a special year.
2-2. That's strike 3. Wilson departs.
This ball's on the outside corner through the raindrops. And Wilson, who has not had the ball out of the infield, continues his evening.
There's something serene about looking up into the lights in a major league ballpark and watching the rain come down.
Yes, if you're not an outfielder, I agree with you.
Saying there's no serenity in the outfield?
No, not tonight.
Serenity later, not serenity now?
Serenity now, yeah.
Inside to Logan Forsythe.
If you're Phil Stiller, maybe.
Way to go, Lloyd. First and second, 2 down. 8th inning for the Rays. The rain has come and gone and returned.
Yeah, I don't think the hard stuff is coming down for a while.
It's a good time for a look at second. Ramirez is back. Tell you what, Roger Bossard is earning his keep and then some this week. A concert and then constant rain for a couple of days.
There'll be a couple more days where rain a distinct possibility.
Because of that low pressure system with the training effect.
Especially the training effect. It's going to be beautiful, however, on Sunday. especially when we're playing 3 games.
You know, in the minor leagues, they play with a doubleheader. They play 7 innings. But there's been some discussion of, do you play a 5-inning triple header if you have to get 3 in? All this and more coming Sunday, as that one gets away to the backstop. Ramirez to third, Casale to second.
I think it's getting a little difficult to grip the baseball.
Your deductions sometimes
are
truly impressive there.
You have the rosin bag, which, by the way, is, I found it in 14 years of professional play, absolutely useless.
Really?
Yeah. It doesn't do much for you.
Three and 0. And that is in there for a strike.
Especially now when the rosin bag has been soaked for a couple of innings. There you
Poor
go.
rosin bag, defenseless object. Sitting there minding its own business. There you go, taking a firing line on old rosin.
Yeah, well, I just never found it too useful.
You use it though?
No, I didn't.
Never.
No, there were a few other things that I used.
That's foul. Look out.
That almost got Ramirez. And there's not a whole lot to get. That is a thin man who was able to get out of the way of this. Fortunately, yeah, he's motioning. He's got a little Melky in him. Motioning fair.
He almost gets hit with the ball. It goes behind him, and it's fair. 3-2. Strike 3. Rain, and then Forsythe goes away. It's 5-3, the Rays. Nights for Sports Mania, you can call in 798 WHFH. Thank you, Chuck. New pitcher, Steve.
We do have a new pitcher. It is Erasmo Ramirez. He's been a busy man on for the 62nd time. 7-11 with an ERA of 3.92. First time he's probably pitched in a while in a driving rainstorm.
You surprised this hasn't been delayed yet?
Nope. Play it out. These guys are a hardy bunch.
Uphill both ways. Ramirez, Tim Anderson, Ball one. Tim tripled off the wall and right in the sixth. It took a discourteous bounce for Mikey Matuk. Kicked away from him, and Anderson was scooting to third. There's a strike. 1-1 to Tim. Sox got 2 in the 7th and a Carlos Sanchez 2-run homer. 5-3 Tampa Bay in the series finale. Sox going for win number 6 in a row and a chance at 500 to close the year.
Tampa bullpen up and going.
Foul of third. 2-2. Fouled away. Still 2-2 on Anderson.
Rasmo signed when he was 17 years old with the Seattle Mariners.
Hard hit and past Longoria. Tying runs coming up in the person of Melky Cabrera here in the 8th.
That doesn't happen too much. Normally, Evan Longoria, very sure-handed third baseman. And it goes as a base hit. But hops over the glove and probably taking the conditions as a factor of that one.
A rather coated infield at this point. Melky takes ball number 1. We already had a tie ball game tonight in Major League Baseball.
Did. Cubs and Pirates tied at 1. In Pittsburgh, a game that means nothing to either team.
Golf foul by Melky. Neither team will get an overtime loss with that one.
There is the closer, Alex Colomé. He's got 35 saves this year, a 1.84 ERA. Been a very good year for him.
Check on Anderson. It's a rather persistent rain tonight late in the game. Proving to be favorable for the offenses. And those in charge of towels looking for work. Ramirez, Forsythe, 2. Two down for Abreu. Jose 0 for 3. Last fly out to center. He's grounded out to short, and he's bounced down to the pitcher.
Can we get a bit of a shot of where the outfielders are playing? Because any deeper and they'd need tickets.
They're playing the rare no homers defense.
This is the one where if it goes over Dickerson's head or Kiermaier's head or Matuk in right field, it is going to be a home run. They are taking the conditions. And considering that,
here at U.S. Cellular Lagoon.
what I've always heard say really holds true here. Every major league field, they tell you the same thing, but it does hold true here.
Drains really well.
Great drainage here. Great drainage.
I got to tell you, it's not every major league field only. All the minor league fields, all the park district softball fields, everybody says, oh, great drainage.
As the ground ball sticks in the infield when it hits, the drainage is great if it would ever hop.
On the ground, first base side. Miller the juggle, and he's there for out number 3. To the 9th we go. 5-3 Rays.
Upcoming schedule, as they're going to call a halt to this one.
Oh,
but
no.
yes, the Twins tomorrow, and then Saturday, and then Sunday. So Rodon Shields and Chris Sale on Sunday against the Twins, our PNC Bank upcoming schedule. And
I say, oh no, I mean, it was interesting to watch the game happen in the rain. Rarely do you see a set of umpires and a crew wait this long in a driving rainstorm. They're trying to get it in, and you really respect the rationale. They're trying to finish the game.
Trying to do everything they could to make sure this would end without a delay. And Roger Bossard came out 2 different times to meet with the umpiring crew, and you had a pretty good idea what he told them the second time he came out. Hey guys, have you noticed it's raining?
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, it's tough for a grounds crew, that's for sure. Roger Bossard has done a magnificent job during the game to try and get this thing ready. He was actually, when this game was called, he was out there with a bag of that Diamond Dry stuff ready to douse the mound and get this field even further ready for play. I mean, it's a valiant effort by this grounds crew here in Chicago.
And I think you have to applaud the umpires for giving every effort to try to get 9 innings in. Unfortunately, they weren't able to do it. So we'll see if the rain will stop soon enough. Tommy Kahnle hasn't thrown any pitches. He was coming into the ball game. Didn't have a chance to throw any, so he's still going to be the guy to go out there when and if we do start this one again.
At some point, discretion is the better part of valor here. With there's some puddling on the outfield warning track. There's some puddling behind third base as well, and it's not something that's terribly controllable with the rain as consistent as it's been, not only today, but yesterday as well.
Yeah, we'll have to see as far as the delay is concerned, because realism has to set in at one point that this game means nothing to either team. It's just a question of, you don't want to call it if you still have a chance. If it stops raining, you still have a chance. They're going to be able to get the field ready to play. Just a question of how long it's going to continue to rain.
And by rule, you have to wait at least 30 minutes after the delay began to make a decision on the game being over. So that's a piece of this. The tarp's on the field, the rain is continuing, and you'd imagine, I mean, within that 30-minute window, if the rain were to stop, you go ahead and play it to the eventual terminus.
Yeah, and it's been raining pretty steadily at this point without a let up in sight, so we'll just have to see exactly what's happened, and we'll show you exactly how we got to where we are, a 5-3 lead for Tampa Bay.
Mikey Montook in the 4th inning with a solo home run, his 3rd homer of the year. That made it 2-0 Tampa. Sox got on the board in the 6th inning. Tim Anderson started it with a triple ringing off the right field wall.
And then a little chopper to the right side. Infield back conceding the run, and it was a 2-1 game at this point, but Tampa came back with a 3 spot in the 7th. This one falling in front of Melky, the 3rd of 3 hits in a row.
Kevin Kiermaier's shattered bat base hit. That brought home Alexi Ramirez. And then a sacrifice fly for Longoria that was torpedoed to left. Got Casale home.
2-run homer by the very powerful Carlos Sanchez, who is drilling the ball out of the ballpark with consistency. That's his 4th. And so he makes it a 5-3 game, and that's where we stand at this point.
Entertaining back and forth in the last couple of innings. Watching the offense has really turned it up as the starters Archer and Quintana threw pretty well tonight. Archer had that great stuff as per normal and was all over the strike zone.
Jose Quintana, unfortunately, what happened to him is what's happened a lot over the last 4 years, and that is he left this ball game throwing pretty well. It was a 2-1 game when he left it. Very much in doubt as to who would come out on top in this one, and unfortunately, tonight at least, the bullpen really didn't have it for him, and so it got to be a 5-1 game, which is a little more daylight until Sanchez's 2-run homer. We sit at 5-3, and the rain continues, although it looks like it's letting up a bit.
Yeah, it's slowing. The rain's slowing down now as we look outside. So we're going to take a break. We'll go and join Sportsnet Central and then update you when we have some news here from U.S. Cellular Field. It's 5-3 and a rain delay. Tommy Kahnle was coming out of the bullpen in the top of the 9th, and he's ready to go when we resume. Sox trailing 5-3, and we join Sportsnet Central after this timeout.
Score. The field is ready. Roger Bossard and his crew have done an admirable job, and Tommy Kahnle is out, Steve.
He's not going to take too many warm-up pitches. What he has to do is make sure the footing, especially on the landing foot, is exactly the way he wants it. First couple of pitches he threw were a little tough, but he smoothed things out. And it looks like he's ready to go.
Why is that so tough for a pitcher? What can you do to help yourself?
Well, first of all, you want to make sure that the diamond dry that's spread over it to dry it, you want to make sure that that's out of the way, and you get down to the point where when your front foot hits, you're hitting some of the ground so you're not slipping. Because if that front foot slips, you're going to have no control whatsoever. And he's gotten to the point where you can see the dark mark with his landing foot. He smoothed it out. The diamond dry is out of that area, and so the footing should be pretty good. And that's where you see it's down to the clay, so he's on his landing foot going to make sure that that's not sliding at all. You don't have to worry about the right foot, which is on the mound. So he's ready to go.
Kevin Kiermaier, the batter. He's got 3 hits tonight. Delay is over, and a ground ball to second. Carlos Sanchez gets to try the infield first, and he's got a 4-3 bounce out from Kiermaier.
Rain delay was 35 minutes. So that was a 35-minute ground ball in the making.
And 1 down for Longoria, who is still 0 in this series. He's 0 for 11 with an RBI and the sac fly in the 7th inning that scored Curt Casali. Right field, slicing away from Eaton. Longoria going for 2. Eaton's throw is offline. It's a double for Evan Longoria in the 9th.
There might have been a situation where he doesn't run, but he knows that Adam Eaton is going to get a very wet baseball. And he also knows he's not going to be able to grip it, so you might as well give it a shot. A very accurate thrower is Adam Eaton, but that ball slips away and the throw is off the mark, so he winds up with a double, his first hit of the series.
38th double for Longoria to go along with 36 home runs, and now Brad Miller, who's walked 3 times and struck out once. You wouldn't imagine, with the Rays swinging at the first 2 pitches of this inning, that Miller would walk here.
He's really not up there in his situation. He's not up there. He's a run producer. He's up there to drive home the run.
We'll see if there's a theme to the Rays offense developing after the rain delay. Miller takes a strike.
They've got to get to Texas in games that certainly mean a lot to Texas. Don't mean anything to Tampa.
Rangers with the best record entering play tonight by a game and a half over the Red Sox in the American League.
If you're just joining us, we talked about the tremendous advantage Texas has if they get home field advantage throughout. They've been dominant at home. And as good as Boston has been, they haven't been near as good as Texas has been in their home park. Coming into play tonight, Texas had 52-26 at home.
That's low and kicking away from Alex Avila. Longoria to third, and you look at the run differentials and you'd say, well, the Red Sox are the team to beat, but boy, the Rangers keep winning.
It should be a pass ball, and Bob Rosenberg does indeed call it a pass ball. And now the advantage for the hitter, you got to bring the infield in.
Kahnle working on his cleats on the back of the mound. 35-minute rain delay. There was significant rain before the delay started, and rain still coming down now, but not nearly as hard as before. As Miller went around, it's 2-2. Sox in the bottom of the 9th will bring up Morneau, Frazier, and Avila.
2 balls, 2 strikes. Longoria at third. That's strike 3. Miller goes down looking. Watch MLB.TV Premium. Every out-of-market game live in HD on more than 400 supported devices, and enjoy a free subscription to At Bat Premium while you're at it. The #1 app for live baseball. Blackout and other restrictions apply. Visit MLB.TV.
Ed Miller was looking at Ed Hickox, and Hickox walked toward him. That ball had the whole plate. Miller might not have thought it was a strike. It was a perfect strike.
Leaving 2 out for Corey Dickerson. And there's strike 1. This last weekend is shaping up to be a dandy in Major League Baseball. Those wild card spots still up for grabs. Oh, 0-1 on Dickerson. Longoria at third. 0-2.
It's nice when you still have races in both leagues, and that's exactly where we find ourselves in the wild card. All the divisions decided, but the wild card's still up for grabs.
Giants and Rockies are tied at 2, about halfway through their game tonight in the National League wild card hunt. Blocked by Avila. 1-2.
Like Tommy kind of slipped off the mound. Threw that one well out in front of Alex Avila, who saved the run.
Ball and 2 strikes on Dickerson. Longoria at third. He had a 1-out double, and the pass ball got him to third. Canely gets a ground ball foul. Sox picked up a run in the 6th, then 2 in the 7th on the Carlos Sanchez 2-run home run. Carlos's 4th home run in the last 2 weeks. Dickerson listening to his bat.
He thinks he's got a broken bat. He'll know on this swing if he makes contact.
Like one of those shells you pick up on the beach. Listen for the crashing waves and the broken bat. 1-2. Is it or isn't it? He still doesn't know.
No, he's still
driving
listening.
him crazy.
Looks like it could be a combination of tuning fork and bat. There's no reason to take a chance, so he's going to go back and have the bat boy listen to it.
You know, if you're pretty sure it's broken, there's not a short supply.
No.
So he'll grab another one. Ball and 2 strikes from Canely. High in the air, center field. Garcia is on the spot. Longoria stranded. Sox need 2 or maybe 3. 5-3 to the home 9th.
It's Miller time, brought to you by Miller Lite, and here's our Miller moment, and it came off the bat of Carlos Sanchez. It's a 5-1 game at the time, and he makes it where it stands now at 5-3. His 4th home run of the year. Our Miller moment. And the closer for Tampa comes in the game. It's Alex Colomé. He's been outstanding this year. 35 for 37 in saves, a 1.84 ERA. Strikeout to walk ratio a little over 4-1.
He's tied for 5th in the American League in saves, 35 of them for a team that is 28 games under 500. Strong season for Colomé, and he'll face Morneau first. Justin 1 for 3 with a single to left against the shift, which is not on in this at bat.
Colomé, one of the few guys that doesn't actually, although he starts in a stretch, it's not really a stretch delivery. It is a windup, which for a closer is most unique these days. Even though it's a short back step, it's still a windup.
Kind of charges up and then turns homeward. Ball and a strike. Check swing. 2-1 on Morneau. In terms of save situations, Alex Colomé is 3rd best in conversion percentage, behind just Zach Britton and Jeremy Jeffress. On the ground, shortstop Ramirez, long throw, and it's a bocce ball. It's a single for Morneau.
Two base hits, both to the left side of the infield. And Alexei trying to get it over there, can't get it there with anything on it. He also is getting a wet baseball to throw. Even a dry baseball, he doesn't get it there.
So now the man with 40 home runs, and Jason Coates will come on to run. 40 home runs for Frazier. He is the tying run in a 5-3 game.
Colomé has given up 6 home runs.
Ball 1. Why not, right? Why not? Frazier pops it up. Miller dancing, twisting, and not catching the baseball.
He lost track of that ball right off the bat. As he looks up, by this point, he has no idea where it's going. He's looking around to see if Logan Forsythe is close. He's not close. Brad Miller has tried to take it himself, and nothing doing.
That 1-second search for help was a window into Brad Miller's soul.
Oh, Logan.
You got it?
Not there.
I don't got it. 1-1 on Frazier. Now 2 balls and a strike. Well, we know Todd wants dearly that 100 RBI number.
Here it is.
A runner on. He's also the owner of 40 home runs. One of 7 players all time to hit 40 for the Chicago White Sox. 2-1 to Frazier. Fouled off. Would be surprising if Colomé went fastball here.
Not if he decides to throw it low and away, but it's not going to be a fastball.
2-2. That's a foul ball. No play. Coates back to first.
Heads up play by Wilson. But this ball spinning back to him and well into foul territory, and Ed Hickox right away calls it foul. Outfield very deep, and this time as well they should be.
Big gap in right center for Frazier. 2-2 from Colomé. Coates at first, nobody out. Check swing. Very close, and it's 3-2. That pitch was nearly a strike on its own merit.
Yeah, I think there's a situation where if Wilson is sitting inside, he probably gets the call. It's a backup slider because he has to reach back. He doesn't get it, and it is in the pitch tracks there, but when you're sitting away, tough call for an umpire to make.
3-2 to Frazier, trying to be the hero again, and he nubs it foul. Career high 40 home runs for Frazier. He's on a 12-game hit streak, the longest of his season. Alex Avila would be next. He has 2 walks tonight. 3-2. Coates at first. Frazier goes down.
It's a good splitter. Looked like a strike and then just disappeared.
Colomé strikes out Frazier, and it's up to Alex Avila with 1 out, 1 on in a 5-3 ball game. One to the left of second base, 3 to the right of second base, and Coates is off on the ground ball foul.
And we're holding him close, and it's a heads-up play. You take the double play out of the equation.
There's the shift. Miller going back and forth, closer and farther away from Coates at first base. And now he walks him back to the bag. Jason Coates, the major league rookie, there with Miller. Coates takes second base. It's 0-2 on Alex. Well, that's a why not if it's available.
Yeah, they gave it to him.
It's officially defensive indifference.
But it's a pretty good play in that a ground ball doesn't end the game.
2 strikes on Alex.
And it does allow Boom Boom Sanchez to come to bat as a tying run.
Carlos has homered again today. Alex has 7 homers so far this year as well, and now Colomé wants to talk to Wilson. Subaru White Sox postgame live is next. Sox trying to make it a comeback here in the 9th after a 35-minute rain delay. 0-2. That's low. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
Longoria's alone on the left side of the infield on 1 and 2. Coates at second. Nope, just outside.
And just in case, David Robertson loosening up in the pen.
In case of tie. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Fastball buzzed it by him. 2 out. And it's up to Carlos Sanchez.
He went from a couple of splitters right to the 95-mile-an-hour fastball and threw it by him.
So he gets Frazier on a 3-2 pitch. He gets Avila on the 2-2 fastball, and now Carlos Sanchez the tying run with Coates at second. Stayed low, ball 1. Last time up for Carlos.
5-1 game. Chris Archer coasting along until that 5-3 game. That's exactly where we sit.
One 1-0 on Sanchez. Called a strike. That's a big pitch right there. Sox 5-game win streak in danger. 1 out to play with. Ball and a strike on Sanchez against Colomé. Sanchez left center field and deep, and not deep enough. Kiermaier, one of the best in the game, ends it.
Terrific play by Kevin Kiermaier. Well, if he's not the best center fielder in the game, he's probably in the top 2. He makes a great play going up. This would have been a 2-base hit, putting the tying run at second base at the very least. But it turns out to end the winning streak and end the game.
So the Sox have to settle for 3 of 4 against the Rays, who exit to Texas with a victory 5-3. Colomé gets the save. Archer beats Quintana this evening. So, for our producer Todd Benjaminson, our director Jim Angio, associate producer Jeff Sermon, our tech manager Mark Harper, and the executive producer Jim Corno Jr. He's Steve Stone. I'm Jason Benetti saying so long on behalf of our entire crew from U.S. Cellular Field. Coming up next, Subaru Postgame Live with Chuck and Bill, and you've been watching Chicago White Sox baseball on Comcast Sportsnet. Good night.